Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The harbour water catches the last whisper of daylight, each gentle ripple holding onto silver like a secret too beautiful to release. Salt sweet air drifts through the weathered pilings of Cabot Cove's modest pier, carrying with it the day's final conversations between fishermen securing their lines and the eternal murmur of tide against hull. In this corner of Maine, where 1980s moves with the unhurried grace of centuries past, something catches the eye. A single lantern burning bright where no lantern should be, its amber glow painting mysteries across the darkening water. The evening settles over Cabot Cove harbour like a familiar quilt, soft and worn at the edges, carrying the comfort of countless nights before. This small Maine fishing village has perfected the art of transition, the gentle handoff between day's industrious energy and night's contemplative embrace. The harbour itself serves as the town's beating heart, its rhythm measured not in minutes but in the eternal pulse of tide and weather, season and story. From the weathered planks of the main pier, the view stretches across water that seems to hold all the colours the sky has forgotten. Deep indigo bleeding into pewter, with threads of gold still clinging to the surface where the last rays of September sun refuse to surrender. 17 fishing boats rest at anchor, their white hulls ghostly in the gathering dusk, each one a familiar silhouette to anyone who calls this place home. The Miss Letty May, with her faded blue trim and the slight list to starboard she's carried for 15 years. The Sarah's Dream, newer than most but already wearing the honest scars of working waters. The Molly's Pride, oldest of the fleet, her paint telling stories of storms weathered and catches celebrated. These boats don't merely float, they breathe with the harbour's rhythm, rising and falling in a slow dance that speaks of tides older than memory. The sound is hypnotic, the gentle slap of water against fiberglass and wood, the soft creak of rope against cleat, the distant whisper of wind through rigging. It's a lullaby this town has hummed to itself for generations, a maritime melody that seeps into the bones of anyone who stays long enough to truly listen. The air itself tells stories here. Salt and seaweed mingle with the faint diesel perfume of working boats, while underneath runs the cleaner scent of pine from the forests that crowd close to the water's edge. September in Maine carries a particular sweetness, the last warm breath of summer touched with autumn's first cool promise. Tonight that air moves with unusual stillness, as if the entire harbour is holding its breath in anticipation of something gentle, something peaceful, something just beyond the edge of ordinary. But it's that lantern that draws the eye and holds it, burning steady where the old Mackenzie Wharf extends into deeper water. The wharf hasn't been used for regular business in years, not since the lobster processing moved to the newer facilities on the east side of the harbour. Now it serves mainly as a place for contemplation, for watching the sunset paint its daily masterpiece across the western sky. The lantern shouldn't be there. No one maintains a light at the end of that particular pier anymore, hasn't for the better part of a decade. Yet there it burns, steady and sure, casting its warm circle of illumination across the dark water, like an invitation to come closer, to discover what story it might be trying to tell. The town of Cabot Cove spreads up from the harbour in the gentle, unhurried way that coastal Maine villages have perfected over centuries. White clapboard houses climb the modest hills like children following their mother, each one positioned to catch the best view of the water, the morning light, or the neighbour's garden. In this light, the soft, forgiving light of early evening, the imperfections fade and the town reveals itself as something from a painted memory, all weathered shingles and window boxes still bright with late summer flowers. From this vantage point at the harbour's edge, The sounds of the town settling into evening drift down on the salt breeze, screen doors closing with their distinctive snap. The distant murmur of television sets turning to the evening news, Tom Brokaw's familiar voice carrying promises of a world beyond these peaceful shores. Somewhere up on Elm Street, Mrs. Patterson is calling her cat, and on Harbour View Lane, the Methodist church bell marks the half hour with its bronze voice that's been counting time here since 1923. The fishing fleet tells its own story in the way the boats are arranged, each captain choosing their anchorage according to unspoken rules that newcomers spend years learning to read. The larger boats, the ones that venture farther out for groundfish and the occasional lucky lobster haul, anchor in the deeper water near the harbour mouth, ready for the pre-dawn departure that defines their days. Closer to shore, the smaller craft bob contentedly, the ones used for day trips and the gentle pursuit of striped bays that school just beyond the harbour bar on summer afternoons. Tonight, as the light continues its slow fade toward true darkness, the harbour holds perhaps 24 vessels of various sizes and purposes. There's the Harbour Queen, a converted fishing boat that takes tourists on scenic cruises during the brief but intense summer season. The Wanderer, sleek and white, belongs to the city folks who bought the Henderson place and use it for weekends and August vacations. A handful of small sailboats, their masts making gentle arcs against the star-beginning sky, owned by locals who've caught the sailing fever that sometimes afflicts those who spend their working hours on practical craft. But it's the working boats that give the harbour its character, its sense of purpose beyond mere prettiness. These boats carry the calices and character of honest labour, their decks stained with the evidence of their daily purpose, their lines worn smooth by thousands of hauls, their engines tuned to the particular harmony that comes from careful maintenance and respectful use. In the morning, they'll head out to tend their traps, to work the fishing grounds that have sustained this community for generations. Tonight, they rest like tired workers, content in the knowledge of tasks completed, and tomorrow's work waiting patiently with the dawn. The tide is turning, that magical moment when the harbour holds its breath, and the water seems to pause in its eternal conversation with the shore. It's low tide approaching, and the harbour begins to reveal its secrets. The dark pilings that support the pier extending deeper into the water than most visitors ever realise. The rocky ledges that require local knowledge to navigate safely. The mudflats where clams, burrow and shorebirds will come to feast when morning returns. This tidal rhythm governs life in Cabot Cove in ways both obvious and subtle. The fishing boats time their departures and return to catch the tide's cooperation. The harbour master plans his work around these liquid schedules. Children learn to read the water before they learn to read books, understanding instinctively when it's safe to explore the tide pools and when the returning water demands retreat to higher ground. Tonight's tide carries with it the accumulated wisdom of the day, the conversations between fishermen comparing their luck, the laughter of summer people, enjoying what might be their last harbour dinner before heading back to cities and schedules, the quiet observations of locals who've watched this same tide turn thousands of times, but still find something worth noticing in its endless variation. The lantern at the end of the old wharf continues to burn, its light now more noticeable as true darkness begins to claim the harbour. From here, it's impossible to see details, whether it's an old-fashioned oil lantern or one of the newer battery-powered models, whether it hangs from a post or rests on the weathered planking. But its presence is unmistakable, a gentle beacon that seems to pulse with its own quiet purpose. Local knowledge might suggest several explanations for such a light. Perhaps someone is fishing from the end of the wharf, though the old-timers would say fishing is better from the rocks on the eastern shore. Maybe it's one of the summer people, drawn by the romance of a lantern-lit evening by the water. Or it could be something more practical, a light left to guide someone home, though no boat approaches through the harbour mouth as evening deepens into night. But explanations seem less important than the simple fact of the lantern's presence, the way it adds a note of mystery to what might otherwise be just another peaceful evening in a small coastal town. It suggests stories yet to be told, secrets gently held, the kind of small-town mysteries that resolve themselves not with drama, but with understanding, with the gentle revelation of human kindness or community care. As the harbour settles more deeply into evening's embrace, other lights begin to appear. The harbourmaster's office glows yellow through salt-stained windows. The Anchor Inn's porch lights come on, promising warmth and coffee to anyone who might need either. Up the hill, house windows bloom like flowers, each one a small story of evening routines, families gathering for dinner, televisions flickering to life, reading lamps creating pools of domestic comfort. The harbour itself continues its ancient conversation with the shore, the sound shifting subtly as the tide drops and exposes more of the rocky foundation upon which the town is built. Somewhere in the distance, a lobster boat's diesel engine coughs to life and then settles into a steady rumble. Someone heading out for night fishing, or perhaps just moving their boat to a better anchorage for the morning's departure. The fog bank that's been lurking on the horizon all afternoon seems to be gathering itself for a possible approach, though whether it will roll in with the night or dissipate before reaching shore remains to be seen. Maine fog has its own personality, its own schedule that defies prediction. Sometimes it announces itself hours in advance, building offshore like a grey wall before advancing with stately inevitability. Other times it arrives with surprising stealth, transforming a clear evening into something mysterious and muffled in a matter of minutes. Tonight, the fog holds its position, neither advancing nor retreating, as if it too is content to wait and watch, to let the evening unfold at its own gentle pace. Its presence adds depth to the horizon, a soft grey backdrop that makes the harbour seem even more intimate, more separate from the larger world beyond these protective shores. The stars are beginning to appear, tentative at first in the deepening sky, then with growing confidence as true darkness claims the harbour. Venus hangs bright above the western horizon, and the constellation of Perseus climbs steadily in the northeast. For those who know the night sky, the stars serve as another kind of clock, marking the passage of seasons and the rhythm of nights spent watching over harbours and home waters. In this moment, suspended between day and night, between the familiar and the mysterious, Cabot Cove Harbour holds all the peace and promise that draws people to these coastal villages. It's a place where time moves differently, where the concerns of the larger world fade in the face of tides and weather, community and continuity. The lantern burns on at the end of the old wharf, its light a gentle reminder that even in the most peaceful places there are always stories waiting to be discovered, always mysteries that resolve themselves into something beautiful and human and enduring. The working boats rest with the particular grace of vessels that have earned their repose. Each one tells a story in the way it sits in the water, the slight forward lean of Miss Letty May suggesting her eagerness for tomorrow's departure, the steady level posture of Sarah's dreams speaking of careful maintenance, and a captain who takes pride in proper trim. The Molly's Pride, oldest of the fleet, seems to settle deeper into the water, as if drawing comfort from the harbour's embrace after decades of faithful service. These boats carry names that echo through the town's history like a gentle genealogy of the sea. The Miss Letty May bears the name of Captain Murphy's grandmother, a woman who, according to local legend, could predict weather changes by the way her arthritic hands felt in the morning. The Sarah's Dream honours the wife of a fisherman lost in the blizzard of '78, the storm that still serves as the measuring stick for all subsequent weather events. Molly's Pride remembers a little girl who loved to watch the boats come in, who grew up to become the town's first female harbour commissioner, before moving away to Boston and a career in marine biology. The harbour itself has its own biography, written in the arrangement of its piers and the stories they hold. The main wharf, where most of the fishing fleet ties up for loading and unloading, was rebuilt after Hurricane Bob in 1991, though its foundation stones date back to the town's establishment in 1847. The smaller pleasure craft dock extends from what used to be the Sardine Cannery Wharf, back when Cabot Cove processed fish for shipment to markets as far away as New York and Boston. That industry faded in the 1960s, victim of changing tastes and larger operations in other ports, but the solid construction of its waterfront infrastructure proved adaptable to new purposes. The mysterious lantern continues to cast its steady light across the darkening water, and now, as full darkness approaches, its illumination seems to pulse with quiet intention. The light doesn't flicker like a flame, nor does it hold the harsh steadiness of modern electric bulbs. Instead, it burns with the warm amber consistency of the old oil lanterns that once guided fishermen home before the harbour installed its electric lighting system in 1952. Local memory holds stories of such lanterns, though they belong more to folklore than recent history. The old-timers speak of beacon lights maintained by families who had lost someone to the sea, gentle memorials that burn through stormy nights as symbols of love that transcends loss. These weren't official navigation aids. The Coast Guard has always maintained the proper channel markers and harbour lights, but rather expressions of hope and remembrance that somehow made the harbour feel safer, more welcoming to boats finding their way home in difficult conditions. The town's relationship with the sea carries both reverence and resignation, the understanding that these waters give and take with equal measure. The harbour has witnessed celebrations and tragedies, record catches and lean seasons, storms that tested every line and clear, and calm days when the water lay so still it seemed like polished glass. Through it all, the community has maintained its maritime character, adapting to changes in fishing regulations and market conditions, while holding fast to the values that define coastal Maine life. Tonight, as the tide continues its gradual retreat, the harbour reveals more of its underwater topography. Rocky ledges that remain hidden at high tide begin to show themselves as dark shapes beneath the surface. The old lobster car, a submerged wooden trap used for holding live lobsters before shipping, emerges like a sleeping whale, its weathered timbers home now to sea anemones and small fish. These tidal revelations change the harbour's character twice daily, creating a landscape that's never quite the same from one low tide to the next. The approaching fog bank has decided to hold its position on the horizon, neither advancing nor retreating, creating a soft grey backdrop that makes the harbour feel even more intimate and enclosed. This fog serves as a reminder of Maine's maritime climate, where weather patterns can shift with startling swiftness, transforming a clear evening into something mysterious and navigation challenging within minutes. Local fishermen read these fog formations like text, understanding when they're likely to roll in and when they'll probably dissipate harmlessly offshore. The sounds of evening continue to layer themselves across the harbour's natural symphony. From the town above comes the distant hum of the Harbour Light Diner's exhaust fan, where late diners linger over coffee and blueberry pie, their conversations mixing with the soft jazz that Martha always plays after 8 o'clock. The Methodist church bell chimes the hour, its bronze voice carrying clearly across the water, a sound that's marked time in this place for more than half a century. Somewhere among the anchored boats, a halyard taps rhythmically against a mast, keeping time like a maritime metronome. The sound carries a hypnotic quality, steady and soothing, the kind of gentle repetition that helps ease the transition from day's activities to night's rest. It's joined by the occasional creak of fenders against hulls, as boats shift slightly with the tide's movement, a sound that speaks of proper seamanship and careful preparation for whatever the night might bring. The harbour master's light remains on in his small office at the head of the main pier, though Dan Morrison has likely gone home for dinner with his family. The light stays on more from habit than necessity, a beacon of human presence in the growing darkness, suggesting that someone remains watchful. Someone cares for the welfare of boats and crews, even when the official workday has ended. This attention to detail, this quiet assumption of responsibility for community welfare, defines much of what makes small coastal towns work. As full darkness settles over Cabot Cove harbour, the lantern at the end of the old wharf seems to grow brighter, more significant. Its presence suggests stories waiting to be told, connections waiting to be made, the kind of gentle mysteries that resolve themselves not through dramatic revelation, but through patient observation and community understanding. In a place where everyone knows everyone else's business, where family histories interweave like rope strands, where the sea provides both livelihood and loss, Such mysteries often hold meanings deeper than their simple surface suggests. The harbour's embrace tightens as night deepens, holding close all who call this place home, promising rest for the weary and dreams touched by the eternal rhythm of water against shore, the soft conversations of boats at anchor, and the gentle mysteries that make even the most familiar places worth exploring again and again. The harbour's rhythm shifts as evening deepens, moving from the gentle lullaby of day's end to the more purposeful cadence of preparation. This is the fisherman's hour, that sacred time when the day's catch has been tallied, gear has been mended, and tomorrow's work begins to take shape in the minds of men and women who measure their lives by tides and weather, seasons and the mysterious movements of fish beneath the surface. Captain Ezra Murphy stands at the stern of the Miss Letty May, his weathered hands moving with the automatic precision of 5 decades spent working these waters. At 73, he carries himself with the compact strength of a man who has hauled countless traps, weathered storms that would humble larger vessels, and learned to read the sea's moods like scripture. Tonight he performs the evening ritual that has ended his working days for more years than some of his neighbours have been alive. The routine begins with the engine, the reliable Caterpillar diesel that has powered the Miss Letty May through 15 seasons of faithful service. Ezra's ear can detect variations in its rhythm that would escape most mechanics, subtle changes in pitch or timing that speak of maintenance needed or components wearing toward replacement. Tonight, the engine settles into its cooling cycle with a satisfied rumble of machinery that has been worked hard but treated well, its heat signature painting wavering lines in the cooling air above the exhaust. The boat itself tells the story of a working life honestly lived. Her white hull bears the honest scars of proximity to rocky shores and crowded harbours, while her deck shows the stains and wear patterns that mark a vessel used for its intended purpose, rather than mere decoration. The wheelhouse windows carry salt spray patterns that no amount of cleaning completely removes, creating a patina that serves as both a badge of authenticity and a practical reminder of the sea's constant presence. Ezra's evening inspection follows patterns established by generations of fishermen before him. Each piece of equipment receives its due attention, traps stacked and secured, lines coiled properly to prevent tangles in tomorrow's early darkness, fuel levels checked and recorded in the logbook that chronicles not just mechanical details, but weather observations, catch records, and the small notations that help a fisherman track the subtle patterns that govern his success. The Miss Letty May carries 47 lobster traps, each one representing not just fishing gear, but a small investment in hope, a wager placed against the sea's generosity. These traps follow designs that have evolved over generations, modern materials improving on traditional concepts without abandoning the fundamental understanding of lobster behaviour that makes the whole enterprise possible. Each trap bears Ezra's license number burned into the wood or moulded into the plastic, marking them as his in the complex web of territorial understandings that govern fishing grounds. The evening light catches the brass compass mounted in the wheelhouse, its needle steady on magnetic north despite the gentle movement of the boat. This compass has guided the Miss Letty May through fog so thick that the bow disappeared from the wheelhouse, through storms where navigation became a matter of faith as much as instruments, through countless dawns when heading out to check traps meant leaving behind the comfortable certainty of harbour for the vast possibility of open water. Below deck, the small cabin holds the accumulated details of a working boat's life. Charts marked with penciled notations show productive fishing areas, seasonal patterns, and the kind of local knowledge that can't be bought or easily taught. A thermos still holds the last of this morning's coffee, dark and strong enough to cut through the pre-dawn chill that greets every fisherman's day. A photograph taped to the bulkhead shows Ezra's granddaughter Sarah holding a lobster nearly as large as herself, her grin capturing the joy that sometimes makes all the hard work seem worthwhile. The tide is dropping steadily now, and the Miss Letty May settles slightly lower in the water as the harbour begins its twice-daily revelation of normally hidden geography. This tidal rhythm governs more than just water levels. It influences when lobsters are most likely to enter traps, when certain fishing grounds become accessible or dangerous, when the harbour mouth allows safe passage for boats of different sizes and drafts. Ezra's knowledge of these tidal patterns runs deeper than mere memorisation of tide tables. He understands how wind direction affects tidal flow, how storms hundreds of miles offshore can influence local water levels, how the moon's phases create variations in tidal range that affect fishing success in ways both obvious and subtle. This understanding represents the accumulated wisdom of a lifetime spent in intimate conversation with natural forces that remain mysterious despite centuries of human effort to predict and control them. The sound of another diesel engine announces the return of the Sarah's Dream, Captain Bill Henderson's boat making its way through the harbour entrance, with the steady confidence of a vessel guided by experienced hands. Bill waves from his wheelhouse, a gesture that carries the weight of shared experience, mutual respect, and the understanding that passes between men who have chosen to make their living from the sea's uncertain generosity. The Sarah's Dream draws alongside the fuel dock with the precise manoeuvring that marks a skilled helmsman. Bill's movements as he secures his lines and prepares for fueling show the same automatic competence that characterises Ezra's evening routine, the muscle memory developed through thousands of similar dockings in conditions ranging from mirror calm to challenging weather that would test any mariner's skill. The conversation between the two captains follows familiar patterns, though the specific details change with each day's experience. Today's catch, tomorrow's weather prospects, observations about water temperature or baitfish movements, information that might seem casual to an outsider, but represents the kind of intelligence gathering that successful fishermen never cease. These brief exchanges of information contribute to the larger body of knowledge that helps the fishing community adapt to changing conditions and maintain their livelihood despite the sea's unpredictability. The fuel dock itself serves as an informal information exchange, a place where fishermen naturally gather to share observations and maintain the social connections that bind the community together. The dock's wooden planking carries the accumulated oil stains and wear patterns of decades of use, while the fuel pumps, though updated with modern safety features, maintain the solid utilitarian design that prioritises function over appearance. Harbour Master Dan Morrison appears at the fuel dock, his presence serving multiple purposes: official oversight of harbour operations, informal conversation with the fishing fleet, and the kind of watchful care that characterises his approach to his responsibilities. Dan's knowledge of harbour conditions, boat maintenance and fishing operations makes him a valuable resource for both full-time fishermen and occasional recreational boaters who benefit from his experience and judgment. The conversation that develops between Ezra, Bill and Dan touches on subjects both mundane and significant. The weather forecast for tomorrow suggests moderate winds from the southwest, conditions that should allow access to fishing grounds that have been productive in recent weeks. The price of lobster at the processing plant has held steady, providing the economic stability that allows fishing operations to plan beyond the immediate catch. But the conversation also carries subtler currents, the kind of information exchange that helps a small community maintain its coherence and care for its members. Bill mentions that his neighbour Mrs. Chen has been having trouble with her car, information that will likely result in offers of assistance from others in the community. Dan notes that the harbour's main channel markers need attention, a maintenance task that affects everyone who uses these waters. As the men talk, their hands continue the automatic tasks that define their evening routines. Lines are coiled, equipment is secured, small maintenance tasks are completed with the efficiency that comes from long practice. These physical activities provide a comfortable backdrop for conversation, allowing information to flow naturally without the artificial pressure that might accompany a more formal meeting. The harbour around them continues its own evening transition, with other boats returning from the day's work or settling more deeply into their anchorages as the tide drops. The Molly's Pride, oldest of the fleet, rides with the particular dignity that comes from decades of faithful service, her captain having already completed his evening routine and headed home to dinner with his wife of 47 years. The mysterious lantern at the end of the old wharf continues to burn steadily, its presence now more noticeable in the deepening darkness. The light catches the attention of all three men, though none mentions it directly. In a community where everyone knows everyone else's business, unusual occurrences are noticed but not always immediately discussed, allowed to develop their own explanations in the natural course of small-town information flow. The evening air carries the mixed scents of the working harbour: diesel fuel and salt water, bait and seaweed, the faint sweetness of pine from the forested hills that surround the town. These scents define the environment in which the fishing community conducts its business, providing the sensory backdrop against which all their activities unfold. As darkness continues to deepen, the harbour lights create pools of illumination that make the water's surface seem like polished obsidian marked with golden reflections. The fuel dock's overhead lights cast harsh shadows that emphasise the weathered faces and capable hands of the men who have gathered there, while softer lights from boat cabins and the harbour master's office create a more welcoming atmosphere that speaks of human presence and community care. The rhythm of conversation begins to wind down as each man faces the prospect of heading home to family, dinner, and the evening rituals that separate the work day from the personal time that follows. But the transition is gradual, allowing for the natural conclusion of topics raised and the comfortable silence that can exist between men who understand each other's lives and challenges. Captain Murphy secures the last of his equipment and prepares to leave the Miss Letty May for the night, his movements showing the care of a man who understands that proper attention to details in the evening can prevent problems in the morning's early departure. The boat will spend the night riding gently at anchor, ready for tomorrow's work but released from the day's demands. The fisherman's hour draws to its close as the men disperse to their evening destinations, carrying with them the satisfaction of another day's work completed, and the quiet confidence that comes from lives lived in harmony with natural rhythms older than memory. The harbour settles more deeply into its nighttime character, holding close the boats and memories of a community that has learned to find both livelihood and meaning in the eternal conversation between land and sea. The gentle slope of Main Street rises from the harbour like a story being told in architecture and time, each building holding its place in the narrative of a community that has learned to balance tradition with the quiet necessities of change. As evening settles over Cabot Cove, the heart of the town comes alive with the particular energy of a place where everyone knows everyone else's name, where businesses serve as community gathering spots as much as commercial enterprises, and where the rhythm of daily life follows patterns established by generations of neighbours who have learned to care for each other with the same attention they give to tides and weather. The Harbour Light Diner anchors the corner where Main Street meets Wharf Road, its neon sign casting a warm pink glow that has welcomed both locals and strangers since Martha Williamson's father first hung it in 1963. Tonight, as every night, the diner serves as the town's unofficial information centre, where conversations flow as freely as the coffee and where news travels faster than the evening tide. The windows glow with the comfortable yellow light of a place that understands its role in the community's daily life, where booth conversations range from fishing reports to family updates, from weather speculation to the gentle gossip that keeps small towns connected to themselves. Martha herself moves behind the counter with the efficient grace of a woman who has spent 37 years learning exactly how her neighbours like their coffee, their pie, and their conversation. At 59, she carries the accumulated wisdom of someone who has listened to thousands of stories, witnessed the cycles of joy and sorrow that define any community, and learned when to speak and when to simply refill a coffee cup and let silence do its work. Tonight she serves the last piece of blueberry pie to Bill Henderson, who stops by the diner every Tuesday after fueling his boat, a ritual that provides structure to his week and a few minutes of conversation that reminds him he's part of something larger than his solitary work on the water. The pie itself represents a small masterpiece of local tradition, made from wild blueberries picked on Mount Desert Island and prepared according to a recipe that Martha inherited from her grandmother, along with the cast iron pans and the understanding that some things shouldn't be changed simply because change is possible. The crust flakes with the proper delicacy, while the filling holds the concentrated sweetness of berries that have grown in Maine soil under Maine skies, carrying flavours that remind anyone who tastes them why people choose to stay in places like Cabot Cove, despite the economic challenges and isolation that small coastal towns inevitably face. The conversation at the counter flows around topics both immediate and eternal. Tonight's weather forecast suggests clear skies and light winds, conditions that will allow the fishing fleet to work the outer grounds where lobsters have been showing up in encouraging numbers. The price of bait fish has remained stable, providing the kind of economic predictability that allows fishermen to plan beyond the immediate catch. Mrs. Patterson's cat has finally returned from his latest adventure, ending 3 days of neighbourhood searches and the kind of communal concern that characterises places where everyone's troubles become everyone's business. But beneath these surface topics flows the deeper current of community attention to its own members. Martha notices that Tom Bradford, who runs the post office, has been looking tired lately, the kind of observation that will lead to offers of help, and the gentle inquiries that allow neighbours to care for each other without intruding on privacy. The Henderson boy has been accepted to the University of Maine, news that brings pride to a community that has watched him grow up, but also the bittersweet understanding that education often leads talented young people away from small towns, toward opportunities that don't exist in places like Cabot, Cove. The post office itself, housed in a white clapboard building that has served the community since 1924, represents the kind of institution that provides both practical service and social connection. Tom Bradford has sorted mail here for 23 years, long enough to know which residents are expecting important news, which packages contain birthday gifts or care packages from distant relatives, and which letters arrive with a particular weight that suggests significant personal news. His knowledge of the community's mail patterns makes him an inadvertent keeper of secrets, a responsibility he handles with the discretion that small-town postal workers learn as part of their unofficial job description. The evening mail sort reveals the usual mix of correspondence that defines modern small-town life. Bills and catalogues predominate, but scattered among them are the personal letters that still carry emotional weight in an age increasingly dominated by telephone conversations and electronic communication. A letter from Florida bears the careful handwriting of elderly Mrs. Johnson, writing to her sister about her first winter away from Maine in 74 years. A package from Boston contains the mystery novel that Dr. Williams ordered from a catalogue, part of his evening reading routine that helps him wind down from the day's medical practice. Tom's knowledge of these patterns makes him a valuable resource for the community's informal communication network. He knows which families are expecting visits from distant relatives, which residents have been corresponding with potential romantic interests, and which households are dealing with the kind of personal challenges that neighbours should know about without being told directly. This information flows into the community's awareness through subtle channels, allowing help to be offered where it's needed, and celebrations to be shared when they're appropriate. The general store, housed in the building next to the post office, serves as another anchor point for community life. Eleanor Pemberton has managed the store for 41 years, transforming it from a simple grocery into a carefully curated collection of everything a small coastal town might need on short notice. Her shelves hold not just food and basic supplies, but also the specialised items that make life more comfortable for people who live 20 miles from the nearest shopping centre: boat parts and fishing supplies, hardware and household goods, the kind of inventory that requires deep knowledge of community needs and the wisdom to stock items before people realise they need them. Eleanor's understanding of her customers extends beyond mere commercial relationships into the realm of community care. She knows which families are stretching their budgets during the lean winter months, which elderly residents need reminders about prescription medications, and which children have birthdays coming up. This knowledge influences her business decisions in ways that pure economics might not support, but that reflect the values of a community that has learned to take care of its own members. Tonight, as she prepares to close the store, Eleanor notes that several families have been buying the ingredients for comfort food, soup stocks, and baking supplies, the kind of purchases that suggest people are preparing for the psychological shift that comes with shorter days and cooler evenings. This seasonal pattern repeats annually, but Eleanor never treats it as mere routine, understanding that each family's needs are specific and that her role extends beyond simply providing merchandise to include the kind of personal attention that makes commercial transactions feel like community connections. The mystery of the lantern burning at the end of the old wharf has begun to generate the kind of gentle speculation that small towns handle with particular skill. No one has investigated directly, but conversations in the diner and post office have established that no one claims responsibility for the light. This information creates a small puzzle that engages community interest without causing concern, the kind of benign mystery that adds interest to daily life without disrupting its fundamental patterns. Several theories have emerged from these casual investigations. Some suggest that one of the summer residents might have left the lantern as part of some romantic gesture, though the practicalities of such an explanation seem questionable, given that most of the seasonal residents have already returned to their city lives. Others propose that it might be related to some kind of memorial observance, though no one can recall a recent death or anniversary that would explain such a gesture. The most intriguing possibility, whispered with the kind of respectful speculation that accompanies discussion of local folklore, suggests connections to the old stories about Beacon, lights maintained by families who had lost someone to the sea. These tales, passed down through generations of coastal residents, speak of lanterns kept burning as symbols of love that transcends death, gentle memorials that provided comfort to the living while honouring the memory of those claimed by the ocean's vast indifference. Such stories carry particular resonance in a community where everyone understands the sea's dual nature as provider and taker, where fishing families live with the constant awareness that their livelihood depends on forces that remain fundamentally beyond human control. The ocean gives and takes with equal measure, providing the abundance that sustains the community, while occasionally claiming lives in ways that remind everyone of their dependence on grace and good fortune. As evening deepens into true night, Main Street assumes its quieter character, though the sense of community presence remains strong. Lights glow in windows above the commercial spaces, where apartments house some of the town's long-time residents. Mrs. Chen, who moved to Cabot Cove 15 years ago to escape the pressures of city life, tends her window garden while watching the harbour lights reflect on the water below. Her perspective as a relative newcomer provides a different view of community dynamics, one that appreciates tradition she didn't inherit but has chosen to embrace. The Methodist Church, its white steeple visible from anywhere in town, represents another anchor point for community life. Pastor Williams, now in his 12th year serving the congregation, has learned to balance his ministerial duties with the informal counselling that small-town clergy inevitably provide. His study window glows late into many evenings as he prepares sermons that address not just spiritual needs, but also the practical challenges of living in a place where economic opportunities are limited, and young people often leave to pursue careers that don't exist locally. The church itself has served the community since 1923, its simple architecture reflecting both the practical constraints of a small congregation and the aesthetic preferences of builders who understood that beauty doesn't require ostentation. The sanctuary holds memories of weddings and funerals, Christmas pageants and Easter services, the accumulated spiritual life of a community that has learned to find meaning in both celebration and sorrow. Tonight, as most evenings, a few members of the congregation gather in the church basement for the weekly quilting circle, an activity that serves multiple purposes beyond the creation of beautiful handwork. The quilting provides an opportunity for conversation and mutual support, a chance for women to share concerns and celebrations while their hands work on projects that will eventually provide warmth and comfort to community members who need them. The patterns they create reflect both traditional designs and personal innovations, each quilt telling a story in fabric and colour that captures something essential about the lives and experiences of its makers. Tonight they work on a wedding quilt for the Morrison girl, whose engagement to a fisherman from the neighbouring town of Bar Harbour has been the source of considerable community satisfaction. The quilt will carry forward traditions while acknowledging the new family connections that strengthen the bonds between coastal communities. The conversation around the quilting frame touches on subjects ranging from family news to community concerns, from seasonal preparations to the gentle speculation about local mysteries that keep small-town life interesting. The mysterious lantern receives its share of attention, with theories ranging from the practical to the romantically improbable, each possibility discussed with the kind of thorough consideration that such puzzles deserve. As the quilting circle concludes for the evening and members prepare to head home, the sense of community connection that characterises Main Street life reaches its quiet culmination. These women, ranging in age from 28 to 74, represent the continuity that allows small towns to maintain their character across generations, the willingness to participate in traditions that provide structure and meaning to daily life. The street itself settles into its nighttime rhythm as businesses close and residents retreat to their homes, but the sense of community presence remains strong. Windows glow with the warm light of family dinners and evening routines, while the harbour below continues its eternal conversation with the shore, providing the soundtrack against which all of Cabot Cove's human activities unfold as the quilting circle disperses into the gentle darkness, each woman carrying with her the satisfaction of shared work and community connection. Main Street assumes a different character-own that speaks of evening routines and family life settling into its comfortable patterns. The streetlights, installed during the town's modest modernisation project in 1974, cast pools of yellow illumination that create intimate spaces along the sidewalk, each circle of light holding its own small story of evening activities and neighbourhood life. Dr. Samuel Williams makes his evening rounds, a practice he's maintained for 32 years of family medicine in Cabot Cove. His black bag, weathered but still serviceable, contains the basic tools of his trade along with a few specialised items that reflect the particular needs of a coastal community. Tonight's visits include a check on elderly Mr. Hartwell, whose arthritis flares with changes in barometric pressure, and a follow-up with the Peterson baby, whose colic has been keeping the entire household awake, but who seems to be responding well to the gentle remedies that work better than modern medicine sometimes admits. Dr. Williams' knowledge of the community extends far beyond medical charts and prescription records. He has delivered 3 generations of some families, witnessed the cycles of health and illness that define human experience, and learned to read the subtle signs that indicate when medical problems reflect deeper issues of loneliness, financial stress, or the kind of spiritual malaise that sometimes affects people living in isolated communities during the long winter months. His evening visits serve multiple purposes beyond immediate medical care. They provide reassurance to families dealing with health concerns, offer social contact to residents who might otherwise spend days without meaningful conversation, and maintain the kind of personal connection between doctor and patient that larger medical systems often struggle to preserve. These house calls, though not always strictly necessary from a medical standpoint, represent an investment in community health that encompasses both physical and emotional well-being. The pharmacy, housed in a narrow building that has served various commercial purposes since 1887, stays open until 8 o'clock to accommodate residents who need medications or advice after regular business hours. Carl Peterson, the pharmacist, combines professional pharmaceutical knowledge with the kind of practical wisdom that comes from 43 years of helping neighbours manage both chronic conditions and temporary ailments. His consultation area, separated from the main store by a curved glass partition, provides privacy for conversations about sensitive health matters, while maintaining the welcoming atmosphere that encourages people to seek help when they need it. Carl's understanding of prescription patterns makes him an inadvertent keeper of community health secrets, a responsibility he handles with the same discretion that Tom Bradford applies to mail patterns and Martha Williamson brings to diner conversations. He knows which families are dealing with serious chronic illnesses, which residents are struggling with depression or anxiety, and which elderly community members need gentle reminders about medication compliance. This knowledge flows into the community's informal care network through subtle channels, ensuring that help appears where it's needed without violating medical privacy. The hardware store, managed by brothers Frank and Joe Marconi since they returned from military service in Vietnam, serves as another anchor point for community life. Their inventory reflects a deep understanding of the practical needs of people who live in an environment where self-reliance isn't just a philosophical preference, but a practical necessity. When winter storms knock out power lines or summer hurricanes damage roofs, residents need access to materials and expertise that can't wait for supplies to be ordered from distant suppliers. The Marconi brothers bring to their business the mechanical skills learned in military service, combined with the practical knowledge accumulated through decades of helping neighbours solve problems that range from simple household repairs to complex boat maintenance projects. Their workshop, located behind the main store, contains tools and equipment that make them valuable resources for community members who need everything from welding services to small engine repair. Tonight, as they prepare to close the store, Frank and Joe discuss the mysterious lantern that has captured community attention. Their professional perspectives suggest practical explanations. Perhaps someone is using the old wharf for night fishing and needs illumination for their activities, or maybe one of the seasonal residents installed the lantern for aesthetic reasons without informing anyone in town. But their speculation carries the same gentle curiosity that characterizes community discussion of any unexplained phenomenon, the understanding that mysteries often resolve themselves into stories that strengthen rather than threaten community bonds. The barbershop, where Eddie Sullivan has cut hair for 27 years, represents another institution that serves social functions extending far beyond its official purpose. The shop's 3 chairs, though only one remains in active use due to declining population, provide a gathering place for men who appreciate the ritual of professional grooming combined with the kind of conversation that flows naturally in spaces where talking isn't required, but often happens anyway. Eddie's knowledge of community life comes from the unique perspective of someone who has listened to thousands of hours of conversation while performing the intimate service of cutting hair. He has heard confessions and celebrations, witnessed the evolution of family problems and business concerns, and learned to provide the kind of sympathetic listening that helps people work through challenges that might seem overwhelming when faced alone. The conversations in the barbershop touch on subjects that men might not discuss in other contexts. Concerns about health problems, worries about children's futures, frustrations with economic pressures that make it increasingly difficult to maintain traditional ways of life in changing times. Eddie's role extends beyond mere haircutting to include the informal counselling that barbers have traditionally provided, the non-professional therapy that helps communities maintain their emotional health. Tonight's discussion includes speculation about lobster prices for the upcoming season, concern about proposed fishing regulations that might affect local operations, and the inevitable commentary on weather patterns that every coastal community follows with religious attention. The mysterious lantern receives its due consideration, with theories ranging from the practical to the fanciful, each possibility examined with the thoroughness that such puzzles deserve. The library, housed in the former Prescott Mansion since the family donated the building to the town in 1943, serves as both repository of knowledge and community gathering place. Librarian Margaret Foster has spent 18 years creating a collection that serves the diverse needs of a small town while maintaining the quiet atmosphere that makes libraries refuges from the pressures of daily life. Her evening hours, extending until 8 o'clock on Tuesday and Thursday nights, provide opportunities for residents who work during standard library hours to access books, periodicals, and the research resources that help them stay connected to the larger world. Margaret's understanding of community reading patterns reveals interests that might surprise outsiders who stereotype small coastal towns as intellectually limited. The mystery novel section sees heavy circulation, but so do books on history, biography, and current affairs. The periodical section includes everything from fishing industry publications to literary magazines, reflecting the diverse intellectual appetites of residents who have chosen to live in a place where entertainment often requires personal initiative rather than passive consumption. The library's role in community education extends beyond book lending to include adult education programs, children's reading groups, and the informal research assistance that Margaret provides to residents working on family genealogy projects or local history investigations. Her knowledge of local resources makes her valuable to researchers studying everything from fishing industry evolution to architectural history, while her connections with other libraries allow her to obtain materials that aren't available locally. Tonight, as Margaret prepares to close the library, she notices that several residents have been researching topics related to local maritime history, a pattern that might be coincidental, but could also reflect community interest in understanding the historical context for current events. The mysterious lantern has prompted some patrons to investigate stories about memorial lights and beacon traditions, research that adds depth to community speculation while maintaining the respectful tone that characterizes discussion of potentially sensitive subjects. The evening mail delivery, completed by young David Chen during his after-school job, brings the day's final communication connections between Cabot Cove and the outside world. David's bicycle route covers the entire residential area of the town, making him familiar with the daily rhythms of families and the seasonal patterns that affect mail volumes and delivery schedules. His observations, shared with his mother during their evening conversations, contribute to the community's informal information network, while providing him with insights into the adult world that he's preparing to join. David's perspective as a teenager growing up in Cabot Cove includes both appreciation for the community's stability and security and awareness of the limitations that might affect his future choices. His academic performance suggests possibilities for college education, but like many young people in small coastal towns, he faces the challenge of deciding whether to pursue opportunities that might require leaving the place where he has grown up, or to find ways to build a meaningful adult life within the constraints and possibilities that Cabot Cove offers. The community's awareness of these generational challenges influences the way adults interact with young people, providing encouragement for educational achievement while also demonstrating the value and dignity of lives lived in service to local communities. This balance requires wisdom and sensitivity, acknowledging that individual fulfillment might require geographical mobility, while also maintaining the community connections that provide meaning and support throughout life's various stages. As full darkness settles over Main Street, the sense of community presence remains strong despite the quieter pace of evening activities. Windows glow with warm light from family dinners and homework sessions, television programs and reading lamps, the domestic activities that provide structure and comfort to daily life. The street itself, now empty of commercial traffic, assumes the peaceful character that makes evening walks a pleasure rather than a necessity, allowing residents to enjoy the simple satisfaction of living in a place where safety and beauty coexist naturally. The mysterious lantern continues to burn at the end of the old wharf, its steady light now seeming less like an anomaly and more like a gentle reminder that even in the most familiar places, there are always stories waiting to be discovered, always connections waiting to be made, always mysteries that resolve themselves into something beautiful and human and enduring. Main Street holds these possibilities close as night deepens, preparing for the dreams that will carry the community forward into another day of life, lived in harmony with tides and weather, neighbours and tradition, the eternal rhythms that make small coastal towns feel like home to those who choose to call them that. The coastal path that winds along Cabot Cove's eastern shore transforms in the moonlight, becoming something more than mere walkway, a ribbon of connection between the human settlement and the vast, patient ocean that defines everything about life in this corner of Maine. Tonight, as September's gentle breeze carries the salt-sweet perfume of low tide across weathered granite and beach roses gone to hip, the path invites contemplation, offering sanctuary to anyone seeking the particular peace that comes from walking beside water under stars. The lighthouse stands sentinel at the harbour's mouth, its white tower catching moonlight like captured snow, solid and reassuring in the way that only structures built to withstand decades of coastal weather can manage. Built in 1847, the same year Cabot Cove received its official charter, the lighthouse has guided countless vessels through the channel that separates Gull Island from the mainland, its beacons sweeping across waters that have claimed their share of boats and lives, while providing passage for thousands more safely home. Keeper Thomas Whitmore climbs the spiral stairs to the lamp room, his evening ritual as precise as clockwork, each step part of a routine that connects him to every lighthouse keeper who has served this station for nearly a century and a half. At 67, Thomas carries himself with the quiet dignity of a man who has found his calling in the marriage of technology and vigilance, of mechanical precision and human care. His knowledge of the lighthouse extends beyond mere operational requirements to include the accumulated wisdom of wind patterns, weather signs, and the subtle variations in sea conditions that determine when the light's guidance means the difference between safe passage and disaster. The lamp itself, converted from oil to electricity in 1952, but still maintaining the original Fresnel lens that magnifies and focuses the beacon, represents the kind of technological evolution that characterizes coastal Maine. Modern improvements built upon traditional foundations, efficiency enhanced without abandoning the essential character that defines these installations. Thomas's evening inspection follows protocols established by generations of keepers, each component receiving attention that ensures the light will burn steady through whatever weather the night might bring. The beacon's rotation creates a rhythm that becomes part of the coastal night's symphony, its sweep across the water marking time with mechanical precision, while the sea provides the more organic counterpoint of waves against shore. This combination of human technology and natural forces creates the soundtrack against which all coastal activities unfold, from the practical business of navigation to the more contemplative pursuits of those who come to the shore seeking the peace that only large bodies of water can provide, the keeper's house. Attached to the lighthouse by a covered walkway that allows access during storms, holds the accumulated details of a life lived in service to maritime safety. Charts and weather logs document patterns of wind and wave, while the radio equipment maintains constant contact with Coast Guard stations and commercial vessels operating in these waters. But the house also contains the personal touches that make it home. Photographs of vessels safely guided through dangerous weather, letters from grateful mariners, and the small collection of sea glass and interesting stones that accumulates naturally in any dwelling so close to the ocean's edge. Thomas's wife Margaret tends the lighthouse garden, a small miracle of cultivation achieved through decades of patient soil improvement and careful plant selection. The garden thrives despite salt spray and coastal winds, producing vegetables for their table and flowers that add colour to the stark beauty of the lighthouse grounds. Tonight, as she waters the late tomatoes and checks the winter squash, Margaret embodies the kind of practical optimism that characterises people who have chosen to live in places where human comfort depends on working with rather than against natural forces. The walk along the coastal path reveals the intricate ecosystem that flourishes in the zone between land and sea, where twice-daily tides create conditions that support specialised plant and animal communities, adapted to the rhythmic flooding and exposure that defines intertidal life. The moon, nearly full, provides enough light to reveal the fascinating details of tide pools nestled among the granite ledges, each one a miniature world where sea anemones wait with patient tentacles, where hermit crabs patrol territories no larger than dinner plates, where starfish pursue the slow-motion hunts that occupy their days. These tide pools serve as windows into the ocean's complexity, revealing creatures that seem designed by imagination rather than evolution. Sea urchins like living pincushions, periwinkles that seal themselves into their shells during low tide, rockweed that provides shelter for countless small fish and crustaceans. The educational value of these natural aquariums makes them popular destinations for school groups during warmer months, but tonight they offer their lessons to anyone patient enough to crouch beside them with flashlight or moonlight, observing the intricate relationships that sustain these communities through the constant changes imposed by tidal cycles. The beach roses that line much of the coastal path have finished their flowering season, but their bright red hips provide food for birds preparing for migration, while their thorny stems offer protection for small animals seeking shelter from predators or weather. These native plants represent the kind of natural landscaping that thrives without human intervention, their deep roots finding purchase in thin soil, while their spreading habit helps prevent erosion along the path's edges. The sound of the ocean against the shore varies with tide and weather, tonight producing the gentle susurration that results from small waves meeting rocky ledges and pebble beaches. This sound carries hypnotic properties, its rhythmic repetition creating the kind of natural white noise that helps quiet busy minds and ease the transition from day's activities to night's rest. The therapeutic value of ocean sounds has drawn visitors to coastal areas for centuries, though residents of places like Cabot Cove often take for granted what others travel great distances to experience. Harbour seals, common in these waters during full months, occasionally surface near the shore, their whiskered faces curious about human activities while maintaining the wariness that keeps them safe from both natural predators and well-meaning but potentially harmful human attention. These marine mammals represent one of the conservation success stories of recent decades, their population recovery following protection from commercial hunting, a reminder that proper management can restore natural populations when communities commit to long-term stewardship. The seal's presence adds life and movement to the coastal scene, their occasional splashes and brief appearances creating moments of connection between the human visitors to the shore and the wild creatures that make their living in the demanding environment where sea meets land. Watching seals requires patience and quiet observation, qualities that the coastal path naturally encourages in those who walk it, seeking the restorative powers that large bodies of water provide to human spirits stressed by the complexities of modern life. Along the path, weathered granite boulders provide natural seats for contemplation, their surfaces worn smooth by countless seasons of weather, while their mass offers the kind of solidity that makes them perfect resting places for walkers who want to pause and absorb the coastal atmosphere. These granite formations represent the geological foundation of coastal Maine, ancient rock worn and shaped by ice ages and countless years of wave action into the distinctive landscape that characterizes this region. The boulders hold warmth from the day's sunshine even after sunset, making them comfortable places to sit while watching moonlight transform familiar daytime vistas into something more mysterious and magical. From these natural seats, the view encompasses both the immediate details of intertidal life and the broader perspectives that remind observers of their place in the larger patterns of ocean and sky, weather and season, the cosmic forces that operate on scales both intimate and vast. Tonight, a discovery awaits along the path. An old leather journal, weathered but still intact, tucked into a natural shelter between two large granite slabs. The journal's presence suggests stories, connections to the community's past that might help explain present mysteries. Its position suggests intentional placement rather than accidental loss, as if someone wanted it to be found by the right person at the right time. The journal's covers show the effects of salt air and weather, but the binding remains sound and the pages, though yellowed, are still legible. The handwriting inside belongs to several different people, spanning decades of observations and reflections from those who have walked this same coastal path seeking the solace and inspiration that the meeting of land and sea provides. Some entries record practical observations about weather and tides, while others explore the more philosophical questions that large bodies of water seem to inspire in contemplative visitors. The earliest entries date to the 1940s, written in the careful script of someone educated in an era when penmanship was considered a mark of character. These early observations focus on the natural history of the area, notes about bird migration patterns, records of unusual weather events, descriptions of changes in local flora and fauna. But even these practical notations carry undertones of wonder and appreciation for the natural world's complexity and beauty. Later entries, spanning the decades through the 1970s, reveal different hands and perspectives, each contributor adding their own observations and reflections to the accumulated record. Some focus on the aesthetic qualities of the coastal landscape, attempting to capture in words the particular beauty of sunrise over water or the way fog transforms familiar scenes into something mysterious and dreamlike. Others explore the emotional and spiritual responses that coastal environments evoke, the sense of perspective and peace that comes from contemplating forces larger than individual human concerns. The most recent entries, dating to the early 1980s, suggest connections to current events and community members, references to local families and businesses, observations about changes in the town's character, and comments about the challenges facing small coastal communities provide context that makes the journal feel less like a historical artifact and more like active communication between past and present observers of this special place. One entry, dated just 3 months ago, describes evening walks along the coastal path as a source of healing after personal loss. The writer mentions the comfort found in watching tide pools regenerate after storms, in observing the patient persistence of sea roses growing in thin soil, in finding solace in natural rhythms that continue regardless of human joy or sorrow. The entry concludes with a reference to leaving a light for those who might need guidance, words that suggest possible connections to the mysterious lantern that has captured community attention. The journal's discovery transforms the evening walk from mere recreation to something more significant, a connection to the accumulated wisdom and experience of others who have found sanctuary along these shores. Its presence suggests that the coastal path serves not just as a physical walkway, but as a spiritual corridor, a place where people come to work through life's challenges and find the perspective that proximity to vast natural forces can provide. The lighthouse beam continues its steady rotation, sweeping across water that reflects moonlight like scattered silver coins, its reliable presence a reminder of human commitment to safety and community care. The sound of small waves against rocky shores provides constant accompaniment to the evening's discoveries, while the salt breeze carries scents that speak of vast oceanic spaces and the mysterious life they support. As the walk along the coastal path draws toward its conclusion, the sense of sanctuary that these shores provide remains strong. The combination of natural beauty, historical continuity, and spiritual significance creates an environment where healing and reflection occur naturally, where the pressures of daily life fade in the face of forces both ancient and eternal. The journal's presence suggests that others have recognized and benefited from these qualities, contributing their own observations to the record of human response to one of nature's most powerful and inspiring settings. The mysterious lantern at the end of the old wharf becomes visible from the coastal path's highest point, its steady light now seeming less like an anomaly and more like a beacon, a contemporary addition to the long tradition of lights maintained by those who understand the sea's dual nature as both provider and threat. The journal's references to guidance and memorial suggest possible explanations that transform the mystery from mere curiosity to something more meaningful, a gesture that connects the present community to its maritime heritage, an ongoing commitment to caring for those who venture onto dangerous waters. The coastal sanctuary holds these discoveries and connections close as night deepens, offering its ancient gifts of perspective and peace to anyone willing to walk its paths and absorb the wisdom that flows naturally from the eternal conversation between land and sea, moon and tide, the human heart and the vast forces that shape both landscape and lives along these enduring shores. The Harbour Light Diner transforms as evening deepens, its afternoon role as community information centre, evolving into something more intimate and reflective. The booth conversations that earlier focused on practical matters of fishing reports and family updates now turn toward the stories that bind the community together, the shared memories and collective wisdom that pass from one generation to the next like carefully tended flames. Martha Williamson dims the overhead fluorescence, allowing the warm glow from individual table lamps to create pools of golden light that invite the kind of deeper conversation that emerges naturally when people feel safe enough to share the experiences that have shaped their understanding of life in this coastal place. Tonight, the diner's regular evening gathering includes Captain Ezra Murphy, whose presence brings the weight of 5 decades spent working these waters, and Eleanor Pemberton from the general store, whose 41 years of serving the community have given her insights into the patterns of human nature that manifest themselves in small towns where privacy is limited but acceptance runs deep. They're joined by Pastor Williams from the Methodist Church, whose ministerial training combines with natural empathy to make him a valued listener, and by Dr. Samuel Williams, whose medical practice has provided him with intimate knowledge of the community's health, both physical and emotional. The mysterious journal discovered along the coastal path rests on the table between them, its weathered leather covers reflecting the lamp's warm light, while its pages hold secrets that promise to illuminate not just the current puzzle of the burning lantern, but also deeper connections to the community's maritime heritage. The journal's presence transforms casual evening conversation into something more purposeful, a gentle investigation that combines respect for privacy with natural curiosity about the stories that shape local understanding of home and belonging. Martha refills coffee cups with the automatic attention of someone who has learned to read the subtle signals that indicate when conversation needs the punctuation of warm drinks, when the pause required for adding cream or sugar provides time for reflection, when the simple act of sharing a meal creates the intimacy necessary for sharing stories that matter. The coffee itself, strong enough to cut through the evening's growing chill but not so powerful as to interfere with sleep, represents her understanding of the diner's role in community life, a place that provides not just sustenance, but the comfortable environment where relationships deepen and wisdom passes between generations. The journal's first entries, written in the careful script of the 1940s, reveal themselves to be the work of Thomas Whitmore's predecessor at the lighthouse, a keeper named Samuel Prescott, whose observations about weather patterns and shipping traffic gradually evolve into more personal reflections about the challenges and rewards of life spent in service to maritime safety. His early entries focus on practical matters, unusual storm patterns, changes in wildlife behaviour that might indicate weather shifts, observations about the effectiveness of different navigation aids in various conditions. But as the entries progress through the late 1940s and into the 1950s, Prescott's writing reveals a man grappling with larger questions about duty, sacrifice, and the meaning found in lives lived quietly but with profound purpose. He writes about the satisfaction of guiding vessels safely through dangerous weather, about the weight of responsibility that comes with maintaining equipment upon which human lives depend, and about the particular loneliness that characterises positions where vigilance cannot be relaxed even for brief periods. Prescott's entries from the early 1950s reveal personal tragedy that explains the journal's deeper significance. His son Robert, a fisherman like most young men in the community, was lost during a sudden squall that struck the fishing fleet without warning. The weather conditions that day had shown no signs of the violent wind shift that caught several boats beyond the harbour's protection, and Robert's vessel, the Mary Catherine, was found days later washed up on Gull Island with no sign of her crew. The lighthouse keeper's grief transforms his journal entries from mere weather observations to something approaching spiritual meditation. He writes about the cruel irony of spending his career guiding other people's sons safely home, while being unable to protect his own child from the sea's unpredictable dangers. But rather than growing bitter, Prescott's reflections reveal a man working through loss toward a deeper understanding of service and community, of the ways that individual tragedies can either isolate people or bind them more closely to those who share similar vulnerabilities. The entries from this period describe Prescott's practice of maintaining a lantern at the end of the old wharf, a memorial light that burned every night as a symbol of hope for fishermen still at sea and remembrance for those who would never return. This light, positioned where it could be seen from most of the harbour, served no official navigation purpose but provided comfort to families whose livelihoods required them to send loved ones onto dangerous waters with nothing more than skill, experience, and hope for protection. The tradition of the memorial lantern, as revealed through Prescott's careful documentation, became a community practice that extended beyond his personal grief to encompass the collective understanding that fishing communities develop about loss and resilience. Other families who had experienced maritime tragedies began contributing to the lantern's maintenance, creating a shared memorial that acknowledged both individual losses and the community's continuing commitment to those who chose to make their living from the sea. Dr. Williams, reading these entries aloud in his gentle voice, pauses frequently to allow the weight of the revelations to settle among the listeners. His medical training has taught him to recognise the signs of healthy grieving, and Prescott's journal entries reveal a man working through profound loss in ways that ultimately strengthened rather than diminished his capacity for service and connection. The lighthouse keeper's evolution from isolated grief toward community engagement demonstrates the healing power of purpose shared with others who understand similar challenges. Eleanor Pemberton contributes her own memories of the memorial lantern tradition, recalling childhood observations of families taking turns to maintain the light during the 1960s, when she was growing up in Cabot, Cove. Her recollections add texture to the journal's documented history, describing the quiet ceremony that surrounded the weekly changing of the lantern's fuel, the way children learned about community responsibility by participating in this memorial practice, and the sense of continuity that connected past losses to present commitment to safety and mutual care. The tradition gradually faded during the 1970s as the fishing fleet modernised and safety improvements reduced the frequency of maritime accidents. Better weather forecasting, improved radio communication, and more reliable engines made fishing safer while also reducing the community's daily awareness of the dangers that previous generations had accepted as inevitable. The memorial lantern became less relevant as fewer families experienced the losses that had originally inspired its maintenance. Captain Murphy's contribution to the evening's discussion brings the perspective of someone who has lived through the transition from the more dangerous fishing practices of earlier decades to the improved safety standards of recent years. His memories include personal knowledge of some of the fishermen memorialised by the old lantern tradition, men whose deaths had shocked the community and reinforced everyone's understanding of the sea's power to take as well as give. His stories reveal the complex relationship that fishing communities maintain with risk and safety, the understanding that absolute security is impossible in work that depends on natural forces, but that reasonable precautions and community support can reduce dangers while preserving the independence and self-reliance that define maritime culture. Murphy's perspective acknowledges both the improvements in fishing safety and the continuing reality that those who work on the water accept risks that land-based occupations rarely involve. The journal entries from the 1960s and 1970s, written by various community members who continued Prescott's documentation tradition, reveal how the memorial lantern practice evolved from focused grief ritual to broader community symbol. The light came to represent not just remembrance of those lost at sea, but also the community's ongoing commitment to supporting each other through all forms of hardship and challenge. These later entries describe the lantern being lit during community crises that had nothing to do with maritime accidents, during the illness of beloved community members, during economic downturns that threatened local businesses, during periods when young people were serving in military conflicts far from home. The light became a symbol of hope and solidarity that transcended its original purpose while maintaining its essential meaning as an expression of collective care and concern. Pastor Williams reflects on the spiritual dimensions of the memorial lantern tradition, noting how it provided a concrete way for the community to express faith and hope during times when abstract theological concepts might offer insufficient comfort. The physical act of maintaining the light, of gathering weekly to ensure its continuation, created the kind of shared ritual that helps communities process grief and affirm their commitment to mutual support. His observations connect the lantern tradition to broader patterns of religious practice that recognize the human need for tangible expressions of intangible beliefs. The light served a function similar to prayer candles in more formal religious settings, providing a focal point for meditation and hope, while creating visible evidence of the community's spiritual commitment to caring for one another. The most recent entries in the journal, dating to the early 1980s, reveal the practice's gradual revival as a new generation of community members discovered both the historical tradition and its continuing relevance to contemporary challenges. These newer entries describe the memorial lantern being lit during personal crises, family emergencies, and community celebrations, its meaning expanding to encompass the full range of human experience while maintaining its essential character as a symbol of hope and collective caring. One particularly moving entry from just 3 months earlier describes the decision to revive the memorial lantern tradition following the death of longtime community member Catherine Morrison, the harbour master's mother, whose passing reminded everyone of the connections that bind small communities together across generations. The writer describes the comfort found in maintaining this tangible link to the community's history, while creating a contemporary expression of values that remain constant despite changing circumstances. The entry concludes with a commitment to maintaining the lantern for as long as this community needs reminders of our connection to each other and to those who came before us, words that suggest the current burning light represents not mysterious anomaly, but deliberate revival of meaningful tradition. The contemporary keeper of this memorial practice remains anonymous in the journal entries, but their dedication to continuing the tradition demonstrates the ongoing relevance of symbolic gestures that help communities maintain their character and values. Martha Williamson, listening to these revelations while refilling coffee cups and cutting generous slices of apple pie that seems particularly appropriate for an evening devoted to community memory and connection, observes that the mysterious lantern no longer seems mysterious at all, but rather represents the natural continuation of practices that have helped Cabot Cove maintain its sense of identity and mutual responsibility through decades of change and challenge. The evening's discussion creates its own sense of ritual, the sharing of stories and memories around the diner's warm lamplight, providing contemporary expression of the same values that originally inspired the memorial lantern tradition. The journal's revelations have transformed a curious anomaly into a meaningful connection to community history, while demonstrating the continuing relevance of practices that help people care for each other through life's inevitable difficulties and losses. As the evening gathering prepares to disperse, each participant carries with them not just the solution to a gentle mystery, but also deeper appreciation for the traditions that help communities maintain their character across generations. The memorial lantern tradition, revealed through careful documentation and community memory, demonstrates how symbolic practices can evolve and adapt while preserving essential meanings that connect past wisdom to present needs. The warm lamplight that has illuminated the evening's discoveries continues to cast its golden glow across the diner's familiar surfaces, creating the kind of comfortable atmosphere where important conversations occur naturally, and where the stories that bind communities together find appreciative audiences willing to listen, learn, and carry forward the wisdom that makes places like Cabot Cove feel like home to those fortunate enough to experience their particular blend of natural beauty, human connection, and shared commitment to values that transcend individual concerns. The revelation of the memorial lantern tradition transforms the evening from mere community gathering into something approaching sacred ceremony, as if the simple act of understanding the light's true meaning has opened a doorway between past and present that allows the accumulated wisdom of generations to flow more freely through the conversations and connections that define life in Cabot Cove. The journal's careful documentation of loss and resilience, of individual grief transformed into collective caring, provides the foundation for deeper exploration of the bonds that hold small coastal communities together through decades of change and challenge. Martha Williamson, sensing the emotional weight of the evening's discoveries, moves through the diner with the quiet efficiency of someone who understands that important moments require both space and support, her actions providing practical comfort, while allowing the natural flow of memory and reflection to develop at its own pace. The warm lamplight that has illuminated the journal's revelations continues to cast its golden glow across surfaces worn smooth by decades of similar gatherings, where community members have shared stories and sought understanding during times of both celebration and sorrow. Captain Murphy, whose own memories span more than 5 decades of fishing these waters, contributes additional layers to the evening's understanding by sharing personal recollections of the fisherman whose losses inspired the original memorial lantern tradition. His stories, told with the careful detail that characterizes men who have learned to read meaning in small signs and subtle changes, paint portraits of individuals whose deaths shocked the community, while reinforcing everyone's awareness of the sea's dual nature as both provider and taker. Robert Prescott, the lighthouse keeper's son whose loss in 1952 initiated the memorial practice, emerges from Murphy's memories as a young man whose skill and caution made his death particularly tragic and inexplicable. Murphy recalls fishing alongside Robert during the weeks before the fatal storm, noting the younger man's attention to weather signs and his careful maintenance of equipment that should have provided protection during the sudden squall that claimed his life. The Mary Catherine, Robert's vessel, had been considered one of the most seaworthy boats in the fleet, her hull recently inspected and her engine maintained with the kind of attention that experienced fishermen understand as essential for survival, in an occupation where mechanical failure can mean the difference between successful return and maritime disaster. But the storm that struck without warning on that October morning in 1952 proved that even careful preparation and skilled seamanship could not guarantee protection against the ocean's unpredictable moods. Murphy's recollections of the search efforts that followed Robert's disappearance reveal the community's response to maritime tragedy, the way neighbours abandoned their own work to participate in rescue attempts that continued long after hope for survival had faded into determination to recover what remained and provide closure for grieving families. The search involved every available vessel, from fishing boats to pleasure craft, creating a floating memorial to both individual loss and collective commitment to leaving no one behind. The discovery of Mary Catherine's wreckage on Gull Island 3 days after the storm provided answers to some questions while raising others that would never be fully resolved. The boat's condition suggested that she had encountered conditions far more severe than weather reports had predicted, but the absence of her crew remained unexplained despite extensive searches of the surrounding waters and islands. Samuel Prescott's transformation from lighthouse keeper, performing routine duties, to community memorial maintainer demonstrates the way individual grief can become a catalyst for broader expressions of collective caring. His decision to establish the memorial lantern represented not just personal remembrance, but recognition that his loss connected him to every family whose livelihood required sending loved ones onto waters that remained fundamentally beyond human control, despite advances in navigation and communication technology. Dr. Williams, whose medical training provides insight into healthy approaches to grief and community healing, observes that Prescott's journal entries reveal classic patterns of bereavement processing, but with the added dimension of purposeful action that transformed personal pain into community service. The lighthouse keeper's commitment to maintaining the memorial light created concrete focus for his grief, while establishing practice that would eventually comfort other families facing similar losses. The medical perspective on community grief processing reveals how the memorial lantern tradition served multiple therapeutic functions, providing both individual focus for mourning and collective ritual that helped the entire community acknowledge the risks that defined their economic foundation. The practice created space for expressing emotions that might otherwise remain hidden, while establishing visible symbols of the community's commitment to supporting each other through inevitable hardships. Eleanor Pemberton's childhood memories of the memorial lantern tradition during the 1960s add texture to the evening's understanding by describing how the practice evolved from focused grief ritual to broader community symbol. Her recollections include vivid details of the weekly ceremonies that surrounded the lantern's maintenance, the way children learned about community responsibility by participating in oil changes and wick trimming, and the sense of continuity that connected contemporary families to the history of loss and resilience that defined their maritime heritage. The lantern's physical location at the end of the old wharf proved significant beyond mere visibility, occupying space that connected the community's working present to its memorial past. The old wharf, no longer used for regular commercial purposes but still structurally sound, provided an appropriate setting for contemplation and remembrance, while remaining accessible to community members who wished to participate in the maintenance ritual. Eleanor's memories include descriptions of the lantern itself, a substantial oil-burning fixture designed to withstand coastal weather, while providing steady illumination visible from throughout the harbour. The lantern's construction reflected both practical requirements and symbolic intentions, built to last through storms and seasons while serving as a permanent reminder of the community's commitment to honouring those who had made the ultimate sacrifice in service to the dangerous occupation that sustained the local economy. The weekly maintenance ritual, as Eleanor describes it, involved careful attention to both practical and ceremonial details. Community members took turns ensuring adequate fuel supply, trimming wicks for proper burning, and cleaning glass surfaces that might otherwise reduce the light's visibility. But these practical tasks were accompanied by moments of reflection, and often brief prayers or expressions of gratitude for those who continued to return safely from their work on the water. Pastor Williams contributes theological perspective to the evening's exploration of memorial practices, noting how the lantern tradition incorporated elements common to many religious approaches to grief and remembrance, while maintaining a distinctly secular character that made participation comfortable for community members regardless of their specific spiritual beliefs. The practice created sacred space without requiring adherence to particular doctrinal positions, allowing people to find meaning appropriate to their individual understanding while participating in collectively meaningful activity. The pastor's observations connect the memorial lantern to broader patterns of human response to loss and uncertainty, noting how communities throughout history have created rituals that help process grief while affirming continuing bonds between the living and the dead. The physical act of maintaining the light provided tangible expression of intangible emotions, while creating a visible symbol of hope that transcended individual loss to encompass collective commitment to mutual care and support. The journal entries from the 1960s and 1970s, contributed by various community members who inherited the documentation tradition from Samuel Prescott, reveal how the memorial practice adapted to changing circumstances while maintaining essential meaning and purpose. As fishing safety improved and maritime accidents became less frequent, the lantern's significance expanded to encompass broader expressions of community concern and solidarity during times of challenge and celebration. These later entries describe the light being maintained during community crises that extended beyond maritime concerns, economic downturns that threatened local businesses, health emergencies that affected beloved community members, and periods when military service took young people far from home to face dangers different from but no less real than those encountered by fishermen working dangerous waters. The expansion of the memorial lantern's symbolic meaning demonstrates how community traditions can evolve while preserving essential values and purposes. The light's original connection to maritime, loss and remembrance provided foundation for broader understanding of collective responsibility and mutual support that helped the community maintain its character despite changing economic and social conditions. Dr. Williams notes that this evolution represents a healthy adaptation of memorial practices, allowing meaningful traditions to remain relevant rather than becoming museum pieces that lose connection to contemporary life. The lantern's expanded symbolism created space for the community to process various forms of loss and challenge while maintaining connection to historical practices that had proven their value over time. The journal's most recent entries, dating to the early 1980s, reveal the memorial tradition's contemporary revival following several years of dormancy during the late 1970s, when changing community demographics and economic pressures had reduced participation in traditional practices. The renewal of interest in the memorial lantern coincided with broader cultural movements toward preserving local history and maintaining community identity in the face of increasing standardization and urbanization. The contemporary revival of the memorial practice, as documented in recent journal entries, demonstrates conscious effort to reconnect with historical traditions while adapting them to current circumstances and needs. The recent lighting of the memorial lantern following Catherine Morrison's death provided an opportunity for the community to rediscover the comfort and meaning that previous generations had found in this simple but profound expression of collective caring. Catherine Morrison's role in community life, spanning more than 60 years of service as teacher, volunteer, and informal community historian, made her passing a significant loss that required appropriate commemoration. Her knowledge of local families, traditions, and historical connections had made her a valuable resource for maintaining community memory, and her death represented the kind of loss that communities feel most acutely when they realize how much accumulated wisdom has departed with a single individual. The decision to revive the memorial lantern tradition in Catherine's honour reflected both personal tribute to her individual contributions and broader recognition of the need to maintain practices that help communities process loss while affirming continuing bonds between generations. The anonymous individual who has taken responsibility for maintaining the current memorial light demonstrates commitment to preserving meaningful tradition while respecting the privacy and humility that have always characterized such service. The evening's revelations create new understanding of the mysterious light that has burned steadily at the end of the old wharf, transforming it from curious anomaly to meaningful continuation of practices that have helped Cabot Cove maintain its character and values across generations. The memorial lantern represents a visible symbol of invisible bonds that connect community members to each other and to the accumulated wisdom of those who have faced similar challenges and found ways to support each other through inevitable difficulties. The journal's careful documentation of the memorial tradition provides more than historical record. It offers template for contemporary community members seeking ways to honour loss while affirming life, to acknowledge hardship while maintaining hope, to remember the past while building foundations for future generations who will face their own versions of eternal challenges that define human experience in places where natural forces remain beyond complete human control. As the evening gathering prepares to conclude, the participants carry with them not just solutions to gentle mystery, but deeper appreciation for traditions that help communities maintain their essential character, while adapting to changing circumstances. The memorial lantern tradition, revealed through careful documentation and shared memory, demonstrates how symbolic practices can preserve meaning across generations while remaining relevant to contemporary needs and challenges. The warm lamplight that has illuminated the evening's discoveries continues to cast its golden glow across the diner's familiar surfaces, creating an atmosphere appropriate for the kind of important conversations that help communities understand themselves while planning for futures that honour the past without being imprisoned by it. The tides of memory that have flowed through the evening's revelations connect individual stories to collective understanding, creating a foundation for continued community life that acknowledges both loss and possibility, both the weight of history and the hope for tomorrow. The memorial lantern burns on at the end of the old wharf, its steady light now understood as continuation of tradition that connects past wisdom to present needs, individual grief to collective caring, the dangerous, beauty of maritime life to the enduring values that help communities survive and flourish, despite the challenges that define existence in places where human settlements meet the vast, patient, eternal sea. The night settles over Cabot Cove harbour like a familiar blessing, wrapping the community in the kind of gentle darkness that invites reflection and rest after a day filled with the ordinary miracles of human connection and understanding. The memorial lantern burns steady at the end of the old wharf, its light no longer mysterious but deeply meaningful, a visible reminder of the invisible threads that bind this coastal community to its history, its values, and its enduring commitment to caring for one another through the eternal cycles of loss and renewal, challenge and triumph that define life in places where human settlements meet the vast, patient sea. The harbour itself breathes with the rhythm of turning tide, the gentle rise and fall that governs not just water levels, but the deeper patterns of community life. The understanding that everything moves in cycles, seasons and storms, abundance and scarcity. The generations that arrive like incoming tides, while others recede into memory but never disappear completely. Tonight, as the tide reaches its lowest ebb, the harbour reveals more of its hidden geography, the rocky foundations and sandy bottoms that support the floating world of boats and dreams, commerce and contemplation that makes this place home to those who have learned to read meaning in the marriage of land and sea. The fishing fleet rests at anchor, 17 boats that represent more than mere vessels, but rather the accumulated dreams and determined labour of families who have chosen to make their living from waters that give and take with equal measure. Each boat tells its story in the way it sits in the water, in the careful arrangement of gear and equipment that speaks of preparation for tomorrow's work, in the small personal touches that make working vessels feel like extensions of the homes and families they support. The Miss Letty May, Captain Murphy's faithful companion through 5 decades of fishing these waters, rides with the particular dignity that comes from years of honest service, her white hull ghostly in the moonlight, while her diesel engine ticks softly as it cools from the day's work. Ezra Murphy himself has long since returned to his cottage on Harbourview Lane, where his wife Grace waits with dinner and the comfortable conversation that has sustained their marriage through 47 years of sharing the uncertainties and rewards that define fishing families. The Sarah's Dream, Bill Henderson's newer vessel, reflects moonlight from surfaces kept clean and well maintained, testament to the pride that experienced fishermen take in equipment that represents both livelihood and life insurance in an occupation where proper maintenance can mean the difference between successful return and maritime disaster. Bill's evening routine, completed hours ago, included the careful inspection and preparation that allows him to sleep peacefully, knowing that tomorrow's early departure will find his boat ready for whatever conditions the sea might offer. The Molly's Pride, oldest of the fleet, settles deeper into the harbour's embrace like an elderly matriarch surrounded by younger generations, her weathered hull and time-tested equipment speaking of decades spent learning the lessons that only experience can teach. Her captain, retired now, but still maintaining the boat as connection to a life's work that provided meaning as well as income, has passed along both vessel and wisdom to his son, ensuring that the accumulated knowledge of reading weather and water will continue to serve the community's needs. The pleasure craft scattered among the working boats add their own stories to the harbour's nighttime narrative. Weekend vessels owned by locals who find recreation in the same waters where others make their living, visiting boats that carry summer people back to city lives, but often return with a regularity that suggests deeper connection to this place than mere vacation convenience. These boats serve different purposes but share the harbour's protection, creating a floating community that reflects the broader diversity of those who call Cabot Cove home. The lighthouse beam continues its steady sweep across waters that mirror the star-filled sky, creating the illusion that boats float suspended between twin infinities of space and depth, held safe by the thin line of horizon that separates sea from sky in the eternal dance of elements that has inspired human wonder since people first ventured onto water in vessels constructed from hope and necessity. Thomas Whitmore, the lighthouse keeper, maintains his vigilant watch from the lamp room, his presence ensuring that the beacon's guidance remains available to any vessel that might need safe passage through the channel that connects the harbours, protection to the ocean's vast possibilities. The keeper's house glows with warm window light, where Margaret Whitmore tends the lighthouse garden that produces vegetables for their table and flowers that add colour to the stark beauty of their isolated station. Their life together at the lighthouse represents a particular form of community service, the willingness to accept responsibility for others' safety, while living somewhat apart from the daily interactions that characterise town life. But their isolation is chosen rather than imposed, and their commitment to the lighthouse's mission connects them intimately to everyone who depends on its guidance. The coastal path that winds along the harbour's eastern shore lies empty now except for the occasional fox or raccoon pursuing nighttime hunting activities. But the granite boulders and tide pools continue their patient existence, holding the warmth of day's sunshine while preparing for tomorrow's return of human visitors seeking the restorative powers that proximity to large bodies of water provides to spirits stressed by the complexities of modern life. The path itself seems to breathe with the night's quiet rhythms, offering its gifts of perspective and peace to anyone willing to walk its length and absorb the wisdom that flows naturally from the eternal conversation between land and sea. The journal discovered among the coastal path's granite formations now rests safely in the keeping of community members who understand its value as both historical document and continuing record of the experiences that shape life in this place. Its pages, filled with decades of observations and reflections from those who have found sanctuary along these shores, will continue to receive new entries from contemporary residents who recognise the importance of documenting the small miracles and daily wisdom that accumulate in places where people choose to live in harmony with natural forces larger than individual concerns. The memorial lantern tradition, revealed through the journal's careful documentation, will continue to provide comfort and meaning to community members facing the inevitable challenges that define human existence in any place, but particularly in locations where economic security depends on forces beyond human control, and where the beauty that attracts people also contains dangers that demand respect and preparation. The anonymous keeper, who has assumed responsibility for maintaining the current memorial light, demonstrates the continuing vitality of traditions that help communities care for one another, while honouring those who have contributed to the accumulated wisdom that makes such places feel like home. Main Street lies quiet now, its businesses closed and its residents settled into evening routines that connect contemporary life to patterns established by generations of neighbours who have learned to find meaning in the simple acts of sharing meals, tending gardens, and maintaining the relationships that provide both practical support and emotional sustenance during times of challenge and celebration. The street itself seems to hold these stories close, its weathered buildings and familiar landmarks serving as repositories for the accumulated experiences that define community memory. The Harbour Light Diner, its neon sign still glowing pink against the darkness, will open tomorrow morning to serve coffee and conversation to fishermen preparing for early departures, and community members beginning another day of the work that sustains both individual families and collective life. Martha Williamson's commitment to providing not just food, but the comfortable space where relationships deepen and information flows ensures that the diner will continue to serve its essential role as community gathering place where stories are shared and wisdom passes between generations. The post office, general store and other businesses that anchor Main Street's commercial life represent more than mere economic enterprises. They embody the understanding that successful communities require institutions that serve both practical needs and social functions, places where neighbours encounter each other regularly, and where the informal networks that provide mutual support can develop and flourish. These businesses will open tomorrow to continue their essential work of binding the community together through the countless small transactions and interactions that create the fabric of daily life. The Methodist Church, its white steeple visible even in darkness, stands ready to provide the spiritual resources that help community members find meaning in experiences that transcend immediate material concerns. Pastor Williams's commitment to serving both formal religious needs and informal counselling functions ensures that the church will continue to offer sanctuary for those seeking guidance, comfort, or simply quiet space for reflection and prayer. The quilting circle that meets in the church. Basement represents the kind of traditional activity that serves multiple purposes, creating beautiful and practical items while providing opportunity for conversation and mutual support, maintaining skills and knowledge that connect contemporary life to historical practices while adapting those traditions to current needs and circumstances. The quilts produced by these dedicated women will provide warmth and comfort to community members while carrying forward artistic traditions that express the values and aesthetic preferences that help define local culture. The library, housed in the former Prescott Mansion, continues its essential work of providing access to information and literature while serving as quiet refuge for those who seek solitude for reading, research or contemplation. Margaret Foster's dedication to maintaining collections that serve diverse intellectual interests ensures that community members will continue to have access to the books and periodicals that connect them to ideas and perspectives beyond their immediate geographical boundaries, while also preserving local history and culture. The medical services provided by Dr. Samuel Williams represent another essential element of community infrastructure, ensuring that residents have access to healthcare that addresses both immediate medical needs and the longer-term health maintenance that allows people to age in place, rather than being forced to leave familiar surroundings when health challenges arise. His commitment to house calls and personal attention demonstrates the kind of medical practice that treats patients as whole human beings, rather than collections of symptoms requiring standardized interventions. The pharmacy operated by Carl Peterson provides not just prescription medications, but also the kind of informal health consultation that helps community members manage chronic conditions while maintaining their independence and connection to familiar places and relationships. His knowledge of medication interactions and side effects, combined with understanding of individual patients' circumstances and needs, makes him a valuable resource for maintaining community health and well-being. The hardware store managed by the Marconi brothers ensures that residents have access to the tools and materials necessary for maintaining their homes, boats, and other equipment in an environment where self-reliance remains essential for both economic and practical reasons. Their workshop services provide professional quality repairs and modifications, while their expertise helps community members tackle projects that might otherwise require expensive professional services from distant locations. The barbershop operated by Eddie Sullivan provides not just grooming services, but also the kind of social space where men can gather for conversation and mutual support, maintaining relationships and sharing information in an atmosphere that encourages the kind of informal communication that helps communities stay connected to themselves. The conversations that flow around Eddie's chair contribute to the information networks that help neighbours know when help is needed and when celebrations are appropriate. All these institutions and individuals working together in the complex web of relationships that define successful small communities create the foundation for the kind of life that allows people to find meaning and satisfaction in places where natural beauty combines with human community to produce something greater than either could achieve alone. Cabot Cove's particular blend of maritime culture, historical continuity, and contemporary adaptation demonstrates how communities can maintain their essential character while responding to changing circumstances and evolving needs. The children of Cabot Cove sleep peacefully tonight, their dreams filled with the gentle adventures that coastal living provides. Dreams of exploring tide pools at low water, of watching fishing boats return with their daily catch, of summer days spent learning to sail in the harbour's protected waters under the watchful eyes of parents and grandparents who understand that maritime skills represent both practical knowledge and cultural inheritance that must pass from one generation to the next. Young Sarah Henderson, age 8, dreams of the day when she might join her father Bill aboard the Sarah's Dream, though she understands that such adventures remain years in the future. Her dreams tonight include images of helping to sort the day's catch, of learning to read the subtle signs that indicate when weather conditions favour fishing, and when prudence suggests staying safely in port. These childhood dreams reflect the deep connection between family life and maritime work that characterises fishing communities, where children absorb knowledge about boats and weather, tides and navigation, simply by growing up surrounded by adults whose livelihoods depend on such understanding. The teenagers of the community face more complex visions that must balance appreciation for their hometown's beauty and security with awareness of the limited economic opportunities that small coastal towns typically offer to young people with academic abilities and ambitious plans. David Chen, now 17 and preparing for his final year of high school, dreams of college possibilities while also contemplating what it might mean to build an adult life that honours his connection to this place without limiting his potential for personal and professional growth. His dreams tonight include images of returning home after education and travel, bringing new skills and perspectives that could benefit the community while drawing satisfaction from contributing to the continuing story of a place that has provided him with security, beauty, and the kind of close community connections that larger cities often struggle to maintain. These dreams reflect the ongoing challenge that small communities face in retaining talented young people while also supporting their individual development and fulfillment. The elderly residents of Cabot Cove carry dreams touched by memory and wisdom, reflections on lives lived in harmony with natural cycles and community rhythms that have provided meaning and satisfaction despite economic limitations and geographical isolation. Mrs. Patterson, now 86 and still living independently in the house where she raised 4 children, dreams of spring gardens and summer visitors, of grandchildren learning to dig clams and nephews returning from military service, of all the small celebrations and gentle sorrows that have marked her decades in this place. Her dreams include gratitude for neighbours who check on her welfare without intruding on her privacy, for medical care that allows her to age in familiar surroundings, for community institutions that continue to provide the services and social connections that make independent living possible even as physical capabilities decline with age. These dreams represent the successful aging that coastal communities can provide when residents commit to caring for one another across generations and life stages. The working-age adults who form the community's economic and social foundation dream of balance between the demands of earning livelihood and the desire to participate fully in family life and community activities. Martha Williamson dreams of the diner's continuing success, of maintaining the institution that has served as a community gathering place for decades while adapting to changing economic conditions and evolving social needs. Her dreams include images of training younger community members in the skills of hospitality and food service, of passing along the accumulated knowledge of how to create spaces where neighbours feel comfortable sharing their concerns and celebrations, of ensuring that future generations will have access to the kind of informal social support networks that help small communities maintain their cohesion and character. Captain Murphy dreams of successful fishing seasons and safe passages, of equipment that functions reliably, and weather that provides adequate working conditions without creating dangerous situations for vessels and crews. but his dreams also include the satisfaction of sharing accumulated knowledge with younger fishermen, of contributing to the community's maritime expertise, while preparing for the gradual transition from active fishing to the advisory role that elder community members traditionally assume. His dreams tonight encompass both practical concerns about boat maintenance and gear preparation, and deeper reflections on the meaning found in work that connects human activity to natural cycles, that provides both livelihood and spiritual satisfaction through engagement with forces larger than individual concerns. These dreams reflect the complex relationship that fishing communities maintain with their environment, recognizing both its generous provision and its potential dangers. The business owners who maintain Main Street's commercial vitality dream of continuing success that allows them to serve community needs while supporting their own families and contributing to local economic stability. Eleanor Pemberton dreams of the general store's evolving role as community resource, adapting inventory and services to meet changing needs while preserving the personal attention and local knowledge that makes small-town commerce different from standardized retail operations. Her dreams include visions of training family members or other community members in the skills of small business management, of ensuring that future generations will have access to local commerce that serves both practical needs and social functions, of maintaining the kind of personal service that creates relationships rather than merely completing transactions. The service providers who maintain community infrastructure dream of continuing their essential work while finding personal satisfaction in careers that might offer limited financial rewards, but provide meaningful contribution to collective welfare. Dr. Williams dreams of maintaining the kind of medical practice that treats patients as whole human beings rather than collections of symptoms, of providing healthcare that addresses both physical needs and emotional concerns, of aging gracefully while continuing to serve community health needs. His dreams include images of training younger medical professionals in the arts of country practice, of maintaining the kind of personal attention that allows doctors to understand their patients' lives and circumstances, of ensuring that future generations will have access to medical care that honours both scientific knowledge and human dignity. The dreams of seasonal residents who maintain summer homes in Cabot Cove reflect different but equally meaningful connections to this place. These temporary residents often dream of retirement possibilities, of eventually making permanent homes in places that have provided vacation respite and spiritual renewal, of contributing to communities that have offered them sanctuary from urban pressures and professional demands. Their dreams include images of deeper integration into community life, of developing the kind of year-round relationships that create mutual benefit between full-time and seasonal residents, of finding ways to contribute skills and resources that support local institutions and activities without disrupting established patterns of community life. The harbour dreams that give this final chapter its name encompass both the literal dreams that will visit sleeping residents tonight and the larger dreams that draw people to coastal communities like this one, dreams of meaningful work that connects human activity to natural cycles, dreams of community life that balances individual freedom with collective responsibility, dreams of places where beauty and purpose combine to create environments that nurture both practical success and spiritual fulfillment. These dreams are not mere fantasy, but achievable realities for those willing to accept the challenges and limitations that define life in places where economic opportunities may be constrained, but where other forms of wealth, natural beauty, community connection, historical continuity, and spiritual satisfaction provide compensation that many find more valuable than purely material success. As the night deepens toward its quietest hours, the harbour continues its eternal conversation with the shore, the gentle sounds of water against hull and land providing the soundtrack for dreams that will carry residents through the peaceful hours before dawn brings another day of life lived in harmony with forces both natural and human, individual and collective, temporal and eternal. The memorial lantern burns steady at the end of the old wharf, its light a constant reminder that love transcends loss, that community care extends beyond individual lifespans, that the bonds between people who share challenging and beautiful places can survive the passage of time and the inevitable changes that affect all human settlements. Its flame connects past to present and present to future, ensuring that the wisdom accumulated through generations of living in this place will continue to guide those who choose to call it home. The stars wheel overhead in their ancient patterns, the same constellations that have guided fishermen and comforted dreamers for thousands of years, connecting contemporary residents to the vast sweep of human experience while reminding them of their place in stories larger than individual lives, but made meaningful by the accumulated choices and commitments that individuals make when they decide to invest their time and energy in building and maintaining communities worth preserving. The tide will turn in a few hours, beginning its return toward fullness, while carrying with it the eternal promise of renewal and possibility that defines life in places where people have learned to work with, rather than against the forces that shape their environment. Tomorrow will bring new challenges and opportunities, but tonight offers the peaceful rest that allows communities to gather strength for continuing the work of creating places where human beings can flourish in harmony with each other, and with the natural world that provides the foundation for all their activities and dreams. Harbour Dreams encompass all these possibilities and more, holding close the understanding that places like Cabot Cove represent hope for ways of living that honour both individual dignity and collective responsibility, both practical necessity and spiritual meaning, both the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The gentle rhythm of waves against shore provides the perfect lullaby for dreams that will restore and renew, preparing dreamers for another day of life lived in the eternal conversation between human community and the vast, patient, generous sea. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off in the golden glow of Barcelona, beneath the snowy hush of Helsinki, the lantern-lit streets of Kyoto, or the ocean breeze of Honolulu? If this tale brought you calm, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the quiet cradle you. Let your dreams drift far. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.